just gonna skip that intro. Welcome back to Terror from the Deep. Me and Drick talked, and well, last we left off, it was the start of March. I think we're just gonna jump right back into it. And I believe checking the graphs, I believe we saw something. Was it? Okay, it's in the north. It looks like there's a lot of traffic going on in the north and south, in the Atlantic Ocean in general. Not very close to Eurasia. Nope, this isn't for Axis. New XCOM, which does have it has its own charms. There's a lot of things I like and really dislike about it, and I might play that sometime, but we're playing some original old school, but with OpenXCOM, which makes it run better on modern machines. It also makes it such that there's a bunch of different mods and such that you can, and adjustments you can make to the game with this. Among the mods that are among the only mods that are really turned on at the moment is we have the PlayStation 1 version of the audio and soundtrack to Terror from the Deep. The PlayStation 1 version of Terror from the Deep was only the PAL region, which mostly Europe, and I believe some of the UK countries. But yeah, I feel it had a pretty good soundtrack. And we're checking these charts to see generally where the traffic is mostly. It looks like North Atlantic, bit of the South Atlantic. No. Just go ahead and reset this table real quick. Nothing going on in Alaska. Not much in Euro Syndicate, Arabian Bloc. Bit towards Egyptian Cartel. Not much in South Africa. Not much towards Brazilian. Looks like there was stuff near New Mexico. And yes, this is close enough to G Gundam. We have Neo Japan, New Mexico, which I think they took back New Mexico from the United States just so they could keep the brand of New Mexico. I forgot to get my drink properly ready. Pardon if that was a bit loud. We have the Euro Syndicate, Icelandic Union, Free China, Australasia, Fed Korea, Eurasia, and Brazil just took over all of South America. Just now the Brazilian Union. But what these charts are telling us is vaguely what areas there might be an alien base. And since it's closer to USA with a little bit of New Mexico as well as a lot of North Atlantic, a bit of South Atlantic and Caribbean activity, that kind of puts the notion that there's probably an alien base somewhere in this region. Especially since Icelandic Union was seeing a bit of movement. So I'm going to send the Triton out on a very different mission where they're not going to... Oh, hello. Let's follow this ship for a little bit. We're gonna see if this thing is landing or taking off. Going at pretty slow speed. The reason we are using the Triton, though, is the dropship has a stupid amount of fuel. To go halfway across the planet, it barely even used a third of the fuel tank. Whereas an interceptor would probably get to about from where our base is over here in the Indian Ocean, it would barely be able to reach the tip of European Syndicate before running out of fuel. Now, the Triton is very slow. It only goes 790 speed. I don't know what that's measured in, other than speed units. And there wasn't much towards Alaska, so I have a feeling this ship is probably leaving to go elsewhere. Let's take a look out this way, maybe. Of course, I could be wrong. We don't have like the best triangulation from just some graphs. But it is pretty good. It's a pretty good idea early on in the game to at least locate where one of the alien bases is. Said it wasn't in Euro Syndicate waters, so let's try over here. Right, we needed to unclog a bottleneck. Out of curiosity. You were short plastics for one more suit of armor. Okay. By one. Yeah, let's produce that much. Okay, that's right, we did have 50 scientists here. And since the month did roll over, we can start pushing more towards some more facilities. Let's start putting in some laboratories. This is a location we're probably going to be using just for research and possibly manufacture, and not much else other than taxes. There's a bit of a exploit where if you have staff that are in transport at the end of the month, they do not count towards wages that you have to pay, which is probably a lot of violations. Oop. I think this is that same small USO, so I'd be able to just send the Triton after it. Well, either way. Looking for a base. Doesn't mean we can't come home with a... Whoop. We do not want to intercept the alien ship with the dropship. Now, Xenonauts, which is made very much in the same spirit as this, actually introduces some of these alien ships will actually target your dropships. And if your dropships don't have any protection, they get shot down. And everyone on them dies. Where are you going? Probably gonna have to bring the Triton home shortly. Oh goody. We can start building some final living quarters. And yeah, they might just be trying to waste my fuel now. That's fine. Fuel is quote-unquote free, in that it doesn't... Okay, yeah, just return to base. It doesn't cost anything to refuel a craft at your bases. These fueled crafts, however, do have a monthly upkeep, however, to simulate, hey, you are actually paying for fuel for these things, right? But they otherwise have unlimited refills of fuel. And these laboratories are getting a little steep. Wait, actually, we should probably take a look at... Bernardo, you are not getting armor yet. We're gonna throw some folks in some suits of armor. Deep is gonna... Well, he did get stuns, so I suppose that counts as kills for the sake of armor. This is why Piet gets no armor. Alexandru... Yeah, have some armor. Ivadar? And these are some of the new recruits. Produce most of that aquaplastics. Yes, let's return to being a little proactive in trying to locate where these aliens may have set up a base. Now that about a week has passed, though, we should have, yeah, we have some slightly better looking charts to get a better idea. Like there's still... It's mostly just that one ship I think was flying around in the North Atlantic. But yeah, these charts are something you typically need to do to be a little bit more proactive in hunting down where the aliens and their UFOs are going. Because this is your feedback from the other governments that are funding you. Not 100% clear why you'd want to know about XCOM activity, but I suppose, I believe you could probably... Well, it wasn't intended in the original game. It can be modded in that one player gets to play the aliens and one player gets to play XCOM. And you go up against each other on the Geoscape as well as the Battlescape. As a little bit... Because Microprose was kind of known for doing very interesting, very in-depth little war games and such. This is just graphs for how much money are you making off of these nations. income is still above the expenditure curve. Maintenance has gone up due to extra base stuffs. Balance has plummeted. Yeah, that's typical. The finance tab score is probably the most important one here to watch. If this one dips basically below 500 or negative 500 or negative 750 or so, you basically get a final warning before you get a game over. Meanwhile, if your score gets too high, the difference between the difference between the previous month and the following months, how much positive score is relative to the alien's negative score, because this is zero sum. Every time I get positive numbers, they are losing about that many points. And when the difference in points gets spread far enough, the aliens get a bunch of advances that they can just take, and their power, as a result, ramps up very quickly. Like, I think if the aliens versus XCOM, if the aliens are like 1,000 points apart, XCOM scores in the thousands or so. Typically, for every month that goes by, they basically get a chance to step up the invasion efforts and introduce new aliens, and more aliens will have more of the really high-tech weapons. I suppose, in fact, we still haven't found anything. And, like, this is the right ocean. This is the Atlantic. Maybe it's just not a base and just where all of their starting units are. Let's see. That shouldn't take long. Let's sync this particular sub with X Scepter. We'll send it to its last known position. Can't locate it elsewhere. This is the larger of the small subs. And we've got it sunk. Let's go ahead and make a quick save and clean up that mess. Speaking of, how is the... Okay, we're getting pretty close to that research. Oh, we did get ion beam accelerators. I thought we missed it last time. Let's see. We're gonna hold off on this Deep One terrorist for a while, but this is one of the most valuable researches in the game because it lets you get power armor. It's also necessary to get, Alright, it was the Tassoth commander that has the bug where if you research it out of order, it makes the game unwinnable. This one just makes it a colossal pain because you don't get better armor. Alrighty. Bernardo, I'll just leave you with that. I don't expect you to hit anything. Death, you look fine. Shoes, you're back. Also, this is their new armor. This is the old armor. And this is the upgrade. It is a perfectly clear bubble. It's also tinted. It doesn't have any mechanical benefit for that, but hey, it's tinted. Eric Larson are loading in explosive rounds for you. Jadeep, ready to go, Jadeep. Ion Yenner with all the explosives. Now, one of the reasons why I usually unequip the rifle when they have the taser is the rifle does count, or the jet harpoon rather, counts as a two-handed gun, and if there's anything in the left hand, it does mess up the aim ability of the harpoon. You can still shoot, but you take like a 10% accuracy hit or so. There's another grenade. But, sure, more grenade. Seth, you do not need to Bogart all of that ammo. Did I forget to buy more ammo? I think I did. Stay safe, Lars and Sveta. Alrighty. Now for those who have never played or seen this game or watched me stream before, I am going to be save scumming as necessary, but usually just for the opening turns. Another thing that you might not see, so wow, it's really hard to tell what direction they're facing. Like a little dot on the helmet that seems to indicate a nose, I guess. But anyway, so one of the things about this game is on this first turn, everybody has full-time units, meaning if anything hostile gets line of sight walking past any of my units, they get shot. However, likewise, if I move past alien units while they have all their time units, they run risk of getting shot. However, since I go first, oh hi. Generally what that means is these guys have all of their time units, so if I miss this shot, there's a pretty good chance this Gill man will shoot back. He didn't hear a thing. But typically we skip this first turn, but since he's right outside the ship, I'm gonna take this opportunity. And down. And we're gonna just skip the turn now. Now, something else that can be done that's a little on the cheesy side is, as we move the cursor to the edge over here, you notice the red box vanishes, which means this is the edge of the map. can't go here. Likewise, we can't go any further this way. So we know we are in the bottom corner of the map. Oh, hi there. You guys just want to hug the ship, don't you? I'm more baffled that didn't kill you. So, Gillmen are kind of tough. This one over here I'm a little less worried about because they are holding a thermic lance, which is a melee weapon. Meaning they have to run all the way here and hope they have any time units left to give me a stab. Realistically, the answer is no, they don't. Let's see. Have Erik Larson here. Seth, you here. And we'll stay. Something I don't think I explained even in the last session is there are multiple ways of shooting here. Aimed shot, which is a very high accuracy but very expensive time unit shot. Snapshot, which is the least expensive of any shot type, and it's more accurate than auto but less accurate than aimed. And then there's auto shot, which is a little more expensive than snap and a lot less accurate. But the reason why auto shot has more value, in my opinion, than snapshot is this is 3 dice rolls, as opposed to the 1 dice roll either of these have in order to try and hit something. And on top of that, you can typically take about 6 dice rolls in a turn, as opposed to 2 dice rolls of a snapshot in a turn, or the 1 dice roll of an aimed shot. And yeah, there's basically just one way of shooting, except in a few circumstances. Like, realistically, aimed shot very rarely is useful. Unless, like, the guys with the cannons, that's probably the extent of its usefulness. That was a snapshot. Other thing about snapshots is, when I was mentioning if you have leftover time units and an enemy just walks by, your units take snapshots, based on how much time units they have left. Floors, what is... Right, you have a little extra equipment. Ditto Sveta. Send Sveta off this way a bit. Yeah, no, they cannot get that shot. Now, we don't have to worry too much about breaking line of sight too much. Like, it does help, but... Get Lars over to the edge of the map. But, breaking line of sight typically helps against enemies who, have psionics, because as long as any unit can see one of your units are vulnerable to their side's psionics, and vice versa. I could have a psionic standing in this corner facing away off the map so they don't have line of sight to this Gillman, and line of sight is also blocked by the ship. But as long as, say, Sveta here sees this Gillman, this psionic can basically just wreak havoc on this Gillman. basically, this is the era when a lot of the mechanics were a little bullshit, and well, it goes both ways, in your favor and against you. Opiate. Now these rocks usually signify there's a... Oh yeah, psionics and blaster bombs are kind of the winning combo in general in the original two XCOMs. Blaster bombs are actually worse in this one. They only work underwater. So you can't just do the above water missions with them. Also means anytime you're on a mission like this underwater, you just have to bear the brunt of risk of, surprise, blaster bombs. And let's get these folks in the back of the ship prepared to get off the ship. Deep. Don't think we've got a lot of use for most of these aliens, most of these Gillmen alive that I can think of. Other than it's more points. And the AI has a bit of a time figuring out what to do with melee on the open maps. Let's just repeat get over here. If Piet can get that shot. No, Piet can't. Those are some fantastic wild shots. Also, I believe I did hit him with a shot, so he's also... this Gillman is physically weakened. All of their stats are worse for having been hit. And that goes... again, that's another mechanic that goes both ways. That one was beefy. Yep, there's a little oil. Not sure if these are derricks or pipelines or what, but they explode violently when shot, and they don't do much explosive damage, but they coat most of the map in quote-unquote smoke. Like this. Smoke in this game is mechanically much worse and much less useful. In the previous game, what it did is if you ended a turn in the smoke, there would be a little blue line that fills up on your health bar of non-lethal damage or stun damage that the unit would take, and as it filled up, eventually the unit would just pass out. And that was something you could use early on because stun weapons are bad in the early game. If you needed a live alien, you had to use smoke grenades. Doesn't work in this one. Alright, Lars, get in there. We're heading up top. Yes, blaster bombs were very ridiculous. They would take out pretty close to a sixth of the map. Like, if a blaster bomb was centered roughly on this chair in my Triton, it would take out everything I can currently see on the map. Or pretty close to it. I'm gonna have Ion hide back here. Smoke up. Nope, not quite. Enough time unit. Oh well. Eric Larson, where to put you? Along this edge over here. Door. Get around a little. Try to avoid those toxic waste barrels. At least that's what They have black lines coming out of them like oil, but then there's like this green goop around them, which we think they're supposed to be toxic waste. They do violently explode when depressurized, so... Ready? The second, get in there. And Andrew. I think we need more people going in this way. Alright, ship's empty. Death. Death is not the best scout. Gonna kind of tail behind folks. Edge. Edge is a little twitchy. Not the best shot, but... Reg, I think you will be our artillery on top of this ship. Especially with that throwing arm. So, we do have Tivador in case that's necessary. Tivador is bitchy. All the same. Okay, there was no sounds of doors slamming open or closed, so there is a chance that there are no gillmen inside the ship, or there are very few inside the ship. Aha! Fish spotted. Aeon, you're a terrible shot. Tivador, you go for it. Heal while you're at it. There they go. Kneeling does improve aim a bit. I don't recall the exact number. I just know it's significant enough that it's worth the 4 time units if you absolutely need a shot made. Aha, found the ship. Okay, judging from that, I think we blew one of the engines at least. If the other one survived. Yeah. Deep. In there. Yeah, I don't... When these things explode, they're huge explosions, but I don't think they do much explosive or lethal damage, because I can't recall more than one instance where I was able to take an alien out by shooting one of these, and oh yeah, all 5 squares of this explode individually. If I shoot this, it will make one big explosion, and then if I shoot this, it'll make another big explosion, and for all 5 pieces. But, yeah, it mostly just is annoying if they get hit because it makes it very hard to see anything on the map. Bernardo, you got a direct hit with an explosive shell and didn't drop the target. I am ashamed of you. I think one of the reasons why the smoke stun damage was also removed is there wasn't a lot of incentive to use it. Especially because the higher level armors just ignored it anyway. So it wasn't even a danger to the player once you got like once you got to the basic power armor, which is right after this, and it's not power armor is not a very late game armor in these XCOMs. It's useful into the late game. It's just you can get it pretty early. It's just when a unit dies, the power armor is gone forever with them. And since everybody dies in like 1 or 2 hits, power armor gives them the ability to survive getting shot maybe 3 or 4 times. This is very much Rocket Tag. Better shot. Or you stay here, Draz, you're getting it. Get in there. This is a small height bonus, but a height bonus. There is also the possibility that damage we've done to the ship is extensive enough to have removed all of the internal doors. Aha! This is a good time to use the aimed shot with these big cannons with big, blasty, meaty bullets. So you can do stuff like that. Thanks, Eric, for demonstrating. Also, each tile does require a different number of time units to traverse that tile. Theodore has, I believe the slopes like these use up more energy than they do time units, but they still take like 6 time units. But they take like 8 or 9 energy, so they get very tired trying to climb these hills. And Theodore here can't move any further. Not quite enough for a snapshot either. Yeah, we're just gonna kind of sweep the map at the moment. I recall these rocks here take up a ton of time units to get across. Like, we have 42 taking step onto 1. We're down to 33. About 11 time units to get over these rocks. In there to deep. Now, there is a wall missing on this ship that does provide an opportunity for an extra breach point. It can be very dangerous, though. In general, just going into a ship is dangerous. But these are still the Babby ships, and not the worst, really. That rock ate all of Bernardo's remaining time units. Second order ammo situation. Got about 13 shots left. You should be scouting with that high of reaction. He's not very fast time unit wise, but that's okay. Here's will take her place. Pressure. I think this is the second mission since getting out of the hospital. Ion here is gonna be taking the gonna be just relaxing, prepared to huck grenades for a daisy chain. Death, I thought you moved. Oh yeah, that's a pretty nasty breach. Got time unit. Rather, who hasn't gone yet? Aha. Might be the case that 100% of the aliens are just out here in the field. Well, that was a miss. Still got him with the blast. And here's where the nonsense comes in, because one person sees this Gillman. Everyone else on the map is pretty close to free to just take shots. These explosions are underwhelming, especially because, well, first off, that one was off screen. Second, they got rid of the flaming skull mushroom cloud things that would form when you blew something up. But also, your explosive weapons at the start of this one really suck. Death can't take that shot. Okay, that was the last alien. Okay, looks like one of the engines survived. About 3 of the crew died in the crash. Yeah, the explosions in Terror from the Deep are not quite as impressive mostly on the grounds that I'm not using really good explosive weapons. Like, these are the cannons, not the rocket launchers. We haven't hit anything that makes a big kaboom. But, Also, they got rid of the fancy explosive graphics from the first game. So it's now just like rapidly churning water. Forget what it looks like on land offhand. It looks like Matu has increased a lot. Lars unfortunately didn't. Not enough harpoon clips. Let's just get another crate. We're probably not going to need them shortly. Okay, looks like, yep, they brought everything back. What's anything here worth selling? Those plasma pistols. We're getting a lot of sonic cannons. I don't think we really need much of the Lasta rifles. I recall that the plasma versions of the plasma rifles in the first game were really underwhelming because the Elerium in the first game was actually pretty difficult to obtain a lot of. I think in the second game this has more value because Zerbite is more plentiful than Elerium, but at the same time, this is a huge downgrade in power relative to the sonic cannon. I think the main reason you want to go with this at all is the fact that it does have the auto shot. Probably get more and maybe not have more high explosive bolts. Yeah, the grenades do use Zerbite. I'm trying to recall really. Manufacturing profitability. Like I know in the original game, laser cannons were the thing to make. I think it's still the case with the Gauss cannons, but all the same, it requires some research we don't have. So I believe our okay, yeah, we have a slightly positive score. That's all we can ask for at the end of the day. Oh boy, Sonic Cannon. It's here. It's ready to dunk on folks. It's really expensive to use, but it does such a significant amount of damage, it doesn't matter. Like, as far as Earth conventional weapons, C4 does less damage than this gun does. Even our fancy armor-piercing cannon rounds do like less than half. More than quadruple the damage our current guns do. So yeah. New guns. Could blitz through Gauss technology to try and see if we can get those cannons, but see what would be. I think if we have ion beam accelerators, quickly check the table. Yeah, the ion beam accelerators, and then we can do the one terrorist to get power armor. And then we do magnetic navigation, so we can then get the flying power armor, as it were. Yeah, let's go for it, I guess. What's it cost to make these things? They are dirt cheap to make, aside from the money. They do cost a bit of Zerbites to fuel, though. So... not quite phasing out just yet. Not quite phasing out the jet harpoons yet, but we can cut back a bit. Maybe one more. Why are my medikits not all on board? Plenty of sonic pulsars. Alright, we can also just equip them from this screen, which is new in OpenXCOM. Alrighty. Seth, you have earned a promotion. Eric Larson. Gonna move you on up to the Sonic Cannon. Maybe give you a medikit. You're still a so-so shot. Theodore, I recall you're a pretty good sniper. Have a cannon. As you get medical supply. Theodore, you're unarmed. Beta, you'll be the new cannon. Along with Bernardo. And I think you're gold. Okay, let's make a save here. Stuff is still building here. Right. probably have something for aliens for purposes of research. Yeah, space I don't think is gonna get any sonars aside from the max rank version. Take too long. Yeah, it's already done. Cool. Oh, boy. That's bad. Large. I'm gonna send the one with a dupe. That is probably a terror ship. Disconcerting. Good time to probably check those graphs. Caribbeans are seeing a spike in activity. From the north. Tick. It has a pretty sharp decline. Nothing going on in Alaska. Euro Syndicate seeing stuff. Cartel did nothing. There did South Africa or Brazil. New Mexico seeing a bit. I should probably check out the Gulf of Mexico. Well, New Mexico, rather. Send the train out this a ways. Since Caribbean and New Mexico were having a time. Check a little. Nothing, huh? Disconcerting. Cool. Ion beam accelerators. Alien flying submarines rely on complex power systems to drive them at incredible speed through the deeps. The basis for their technology is the ion displacer, utilizing zerbite as a catalyst. The engines displace 100 times their own volume in water per second. Enormous power means that the aliens are capable of outrunning most Earth subs. We can replicate this system of propulsion using aquaplastics and zerbite power cells. Next up is Deep One Terrorist. This one shouldn't take long. Because, yeah. Typically, interrogations don't last long. Also, something kind of nice from OpenXCOM is if you misclick like this and move the mouse away, it doesn't cancel. But in the original, if you did that, it would cancel out of this window instantly. Or rather, it would cancel out as soon as you let go of the mouse button. Just minor quality of life differences that people who have been playing this game way too long would pick up on. Basically, yeah, just 50 people all smushing their noses up against the glass tube that the alien is in. Like, whatever this growth over here is. Like it's suspended in, like, Gatorade or something. that, we should get ion armor as a research option. I think we might still need to get Zerbite somewhere. We need navigation as well as the ion beam accelerators in order to get the next craft. So we have fighters that can actually keep up with these ships and not explode when shot once by the large sized UFOs and up. Oh, cool. I wonder how long that's gonna take. Good, there's still daytime. But yeah, large ships tend to be either completely harmless, at least the original UFO defense. The large ships are typically big harvester ships, which were pretty lightly armed but had a lot of aliens on them. Specialized aliens. Whereas the other option was they were like smaller battleship, or not battleships, but smaller combat ships that were designed to drop off a bunch of terrorists to start a terror site. Alright, let's start up that save scum. Just for a chuckle. See what's outside the door. Okay, looks like we're at the corner of the map, and yeah, we are basically in the bottom right corner. That could be good. That could be very good. We're gonna hear a lot of death now. That was a lot of thunder and fury, signifying very little. I didn't hear a single person die in all that. Oh, hi. This is probably the Gillman holding the MC reader, which doesn't help the Gillman, but it does help if it's like sectoids on a terror mission, because they do have a psionic that can just pinpoint which of your units is the best to just hit with psionic attacks. Not a big deal here, because they don't have psionic attacks. All the same, they gotta die. Oh yeah, also, these sonic cannons have ridiculous accuracy. Like, I think they add an additional 20% roughly to relative. But yeah, this has, even on a snapshot, has a really good chance of hitting. How do I not have a line of fire? Oh, hi. Another rascal. Eric, just duck. But, what's going on? Oh. Okay, yeah, you're Not terribly strong. Let's see if we can't do an alley-oop here. Eat. Oh, that's gonna be a mess. Pretty sure that grenade landed like in somewhere in one of these barrels. It's gonna hit this guy, but great. We're gonna get shot at or grenaded. Okay-ish reactions. Might be able to get a shot in. Then there's a deep. I believe in you. So we might have to reload the scum. Alright. That alien is extremely dead. That explosion was actually somewhat concerning. Because that means that was a stun weapon. Not quite enough to breach the wall. Dang. If Eric Larson can hit something with this cannon. One shot. Not enough time units to hit the other one, though. That was a knockout shot. So yeah, that explosion, that was a the equivalent of the stun bomb launcher in this one. That gives us a ranged option to stun enemies with instead of relying on these stupid cattle prods. I believe it has more stun damage, and also has a big blast radius. The only drawback is if civilians get caught in stun damage, they go down and look like a corpse. But if they get back up, they are considered hostiles and typically count against the enemy count for the purposes of finishing the mission, unless you stun them again. Also, since we do have sonic cannons, we can technically just punch holes in buildings easily. Like that. Yeah, check what's behind this corner. Okay, good. Nothing dangerous. Unless it's on this side of the building. I don't think anybody can see yet. So yeah, one drawback of these sonic cannons is since they use 50% of your time units, slight turns to the left or right do cost a single time unit, and missing that 1 point means, like, basically if they have to take a shot that's outside of their like 70-degree cone of vision or so, they have to turn, and they might not have enough time units to make the shot. I'm gonna start setting folks to save some time units left over for snapshots. Except Tivador, because at the moment I just need them on this roof. This is a map we've seen a few times. It's not tremendous. Like, there's only a little bit of area we're missing. These surface maps are gonna get a lot worse, especially when they start attacking cruise liners. I'm gonna wager a guess there's probably another Gillman or something over here. Who'd have... Alexander, you get out there. Okay, yeah, you're okay for... You got okay stats for this. And press your nose up against the door. Rita barely has time units to do anything. She's not used to carrying lots of heavy equipment. Also, it's pretty expensive time units wise to walk up this wing onto the roof. I don't believe that was your intentional target for a second. All the same, we just lost. I think that was a squatty or a rookie, which either way, they didn't have armor. No kills, no armor. Yep, there they are. Gonna try and line up a kill shot. We might want to invest in Gauss weapons after all, just for the sake of giving these folks something to pew pew with other than the sonic cannons. Yeah, that's not a clear shot, even a little. Clear as mud. Ted finally has enough to get onto the roof now. Hooray! Right, still has time units. Let's scooch him maybe out of the way. Now, proximity grenades. I haven't really used them. And yes, shot in the booty. Very, very sad. Proximity grenades, they work kind of funny in that they don't really do anything or properly activate until they are dropped or leave the unit in some way, like being thrown. So as long as Jadeep is hanging onto this grenade, it cannot go off. If Jadeep gets killed or knocked out and then somebody walks over his dead body or unconscious body, it will go off. But the idea is, because it's already primed, it's not going to go off. I don't have to worry about a timer. I can just kind of scooch him in, sneak him in, toss it under this thing's feet so it can't move. Because the AI, when it's next to a proximity explosive, usually just chooses the option of paralysis, then risk setting it off. Unless they think they can get those few extra points like that. Oh, good. Walk towards the gunfire. Lovely. There is one thing I do miss about, oh, there he is. One thing I do kind of miss about Xenonauts is Wow. Yeah, that crouching bonus is almost 100% accuracy. But civilians knew to not run into gunfire in Xenonauts. Dead. I didn't want you to do that, Eric, but that's okay. I think the mission's almost over anyway. That should be close enough that if this thing tries to move, it's getting shot. All the same, I also have a potential kill shot lined up. Okay, there's still one more out there at least. Hi. Huh. Still more, huh? You can also kind of get a hint at where they're probably hiding from where there's the most terrain damage. Just gonna take your gun. Bully you a bit with it. So now, even if this alien gets up, he's going to be, it's gonna be unable to actually shoot. Alright, you need to reload. That reload audio. That sound effect. Yeah, judging from like the holes in the wall, I'm gonna venture a guess that the last alien's over here, because I highly doubt it's trying to hide in this 1995 3D animated water. This is like one of the hardest places even for flying aliens to hide in. Because they, for whatever reason, they usually just don't have the ability to path into it. So my guess is it is either hiding up here somewhere, or in this factory building, or this rail building. Not sure that audio cue helped. Might be in this corner then. Might be on this side of the building now. That audio cue was a door like this, and that's the only other door on the map I see like that. Oh, Ozzy sees the thing. The neighbors are allowed to exist, Ozzy. I know it's troubling, but neighbors are allowed to exist. And what I'm doing here is unarming Bernardo and prepping him to just walk in here and start terrorizing this alien here with the stun stick. Yeah, Lars is out of energy. Like anyone there. Shush! Hey! Settle. Looks like there's a delivery truck. And that is upsetting the dog. We need to settle. Theodore, let's try and scoot you all the way to the other corner of the map if we can. And from what I can see of the explosions on land, they are the same as they were in the first game, but extremely sped up. To the point where it's a little hard to tell that they're like skull-shaped and such. Where to put Larson? Almost enough time units to run pretty close to halfway across the map in one turn. That's not shabby. Yep, there it is. Might be enough. It was, but it wasn't a good enough shot. Well, it's down. Another alien get up somewhere, or is there... Concerning. Well, time to start looking in the nooks and crannies. Great. Hmm. Oh yeah, it's hidden somewhere really a pain in the neck. Great. Lars will find it up here. Oh, shush, Ozzy. I don't think we saw anyone in there, and the don't look recently moved. Need to root out this attic. Hmm. Aha! Being a real sneaky bastard. But I can be a sneaky bastard too. Well, that Gilman's definitely hurting. Probably space out a little in the event of grenades. Solomon over here. Here to take a sniping shot. So this is probably like the worst feature of Terror from the Deep is the AI likes to hide in little tiny crannies like this. And it usually does so until about turn 10 when it then learns where all of your units are and positions itself such that the moment you spot it, it gets reaction shots. Oh cool, it's also the one with the stun damage, so I don't have a lot to fear from this. Knocked out that person. Seth is feeling a little woozy. There we go. That was a pretty good mission. Only 3 dead civilians and 1 dead XCOM. Pretty decent gains overall. Lost Piet de Boer. No kills. He never scored. Got shot in the booty. Let's save here. Ah, cool. Deep One. The Deep One is a biological nightmare, a crossbreed produced by the mind-warping experiments of the Aquatoids. We have encountered several variations of this creature. After extensive research, we conclude that these are manufactured by the invaders, swelling their ranks when fresh human stock has been captured. I think that's supposed to be a comma and a lowercase s on swelling. Anyway. Each of these subhumans is armed with an electrical energy discharge powerful enough to kill an Aquanaut. I didn't think it was an energy discharge, I thought it was spitting acid. But okay. And that unlocks a lot. Alien Origins for researching any live alien. Ion Armor for having the particle accelerators plus a Deep One researched. I don't understand why it unlocked the MC lab, but this is the psionics, the murder branch of research. The MC lab is real useful, but it's also stupendously expensive. I think for now, though, we should probably work on Ion Armor. And, I always forget. March is 30 or 31 days? 31? Yes. Pardon. It is 31 days. I'm just gonna quickly alrighty, so yes, it is 31 days. April is 30, May is 31, June is 30. Okay, yeah. We're gonna pull what is a pro gamer move. And get all of our scientists shipped off to Antarcticom, or Arcticom rather. Now we have the Vibroblade and Heavy Thermic Lance. Nice. I noticed the Deep One terrorist is isn't a corpse after being researched. Peculiar. So, scientists are among the most expensive of any staff members that you have to pay. For the cost of about 20 grand, I'm gonna avoid paying them. This is probably going to cause some sort of code violations. Let's get a replacement Aquanaut. It might also be worth it to send the technicians, but we don't have a tremendous amount of them. So okay, New Mexico, not real crazy about how we've handled things. Everyone else is pretty happy. Maintenance bill, I think, is smaller. So let's save at the top of the month. Actually, this might be a good point to just take a quick break. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Gonna get myself a drink and get some lights turned on. It's really dark in here. Whew, alrighty, I'm back. Took the dog for a very quick walk. Got myself something to drink. Whew. Alrighty. I suppose let's get back to it, shall we? And we're back. Oh, great. Of course, the month April 1st starts off with getting clowned on with a terror mission. Oh boy, it looks like it might be a night mission too. There's a few bits of research that don't really recall, or rather, don't require things at the base in order to start researching, um, such as Alien Origins, the Mind Control Lab, or sorry, Matter Control Lab, um, armors as they get unlocked and such. But yeah. We're gonna try and push this clock forward enough to get some daylight. Part of the and this mission's gonna be terrible. So, the terror missions that we have seen thus far are the easy kinds of terror missions. This is one of the hard ones. I believe this is the hardest, the second hardest being the hotel parasites. We absolutely cannot get away with explosive rounds on this one. Are definitely going to want to use armor piercing. We probably do not want the probably don't want proximity grenades on this mission either. Bet that was the one who couldn't quite carry the load. And just give her a rifle and hope for the best. Handedness also does not actually matter much in this game. So, typically on these missions, I'm immediately going to get a save scum. We are almost always dropped off in the cargo bay of whatever ship we have to deal with. And oh good, it looks like it's just aquatoids. The bad news is it's aquatoids. They have psionics. But we start off in this cargo hold, and things just get worse from here. But we are on board on a ship. This is a shipping. Right, this is the shipping line. This isn't the cruise ship, which is far worse than this. This is the second hardest. Oh boy, they've got melee. Pretty sure that's a civilian there. But these maps are rife with tight corridors and sharp turns, and really obnoxious little nooks and crannies for aliens to hide in. But, see if you can figure out the fastest route. Okay. I'm gonna attempt to go over the ship. That's cool. I should probably put my higher ranking soldiers towards the back. Because these missions flow. Because as you're getting off the ship, you really don't as you're getting off of your Triton or dropship of whatever kind, you typically don't have any cover. Also, this is not a very wide map. This is the extent of how wide the map is, period. Which makes sense. It's a boat. It's a pretty long, physically long map, and also physically high. Not as bad as XCOM 3, but all the same. And these tight corridors really stink, because we already know they've got melee. And if that's not melee, that's psionics. The deep, get in there. I believe in you. All right. That is a lot of melee. Okay, yeah, that was a civilian. A lot of melee, and I'm hearing a lot of aliens in general. Not sure what that is. Maybe Seth here can give it a shot. Yep, certainly did. I forget the terror unit. The equivalent of sectoids come packed with in this one. But that's probably what we're seeing the melee attacks from, are these, the terror units they brought with them. And civilians, of course, really get in the way on these maps. Because I'd really like to get up here, but this jerk's in the way. Hey, this guy's got a sonic cannon. I believe this is the MC reader. I don't think they need Doodad to use psychic powers in this one. just gonna take your gun. I forgot to move everybody else. Oops. Ah, Calcinite, that's who they are. Calcinite are tough. They hit hard, but they're melee only, so... Also have horrifying screams. Ah yes. This room is pretty bad, because I believe the green ones produce a ton of smoke and the brown ones produce lethal explosions. And getting only one of them to go off rather than the other is hard to navigate, and the aliens don't really care about which one they set off. Remember the layout on these things being... it's kind of bad. And real easy to just get the drop on your soldiers on this particular map. Oh, right. This one's bad because of the... this one's also bad because of the one tile tall... or the one tile by one tile elevators that go up exactly... well, they might go down. Not sure. Looks like that one just goes down here. Okay. Start sending some proper scouts in. I don't think we can stun calcinites there, which can be a problem. Calcinites are also stupendously resistant to harpoons, if I remember the numbers right. I might not be. Oh! Oh, those things. I forget entirely what they're called. They are equivalent of the new Cyberdiscs. What were they called? Yeah, the biodrone. Okay. Biodrones are one of the other things that make these particular missions really horrible. When a biodrone dies, it's just like a cyberdisk. It explodes violently. And the kitchen. But yeah, like all of the corridors on these ships tend to be pretty claustrophobic. Which, okay, that's true to form, but yeah, bio drone up there somewhere. Right, the captain's this particular area in general is really awful to navigate. This mess is awful because it doesn't look like it, but this cuts off a lot of line of sights and makes it incredibly difficult to actually for the player to see where units might be hiding. And the AI exploits that. But on a map like this, I am definitely going to be moving with saving enough units for time units for snapshots. Oh. Oh. Getting some unit variety on this one. Well then. So, yeah. There's a Tassoth up here. Tassoth are I believe I want to say the ethereal equivalent in this? I might be getting that wrong. Yeah, that's a Tassoth. Just making sure. And this thing right here is actually a rare enemy. Or one of the rare enemies, I think. Or no, I'm thinking of a different one. This is the Sectopod of this game. I'm gonna go for... Dang. It's a hit. Dang. This is definitely a situation that calls for explosives. see if we can't, Ah, good, we did. Should catch the Tassoth. I really hope that doesn't count as an XCOM kill the civilian. But we got it. I don't know if you're a commander, but... That's a lot of... Oh boy. That's bad for Jadeep. You in there. Owen is panicked and unarmed, but otherwise okay. Right, this isn't really much of a method of entry unless I just set off all those barrels. Great. Yeah, we've got what would be referred to in a roguelike as out-of-depth monsters. Especially because they're mixed with sectoids for some reason, and calcinites. And biodrones. Got him! Getting all the psionic attacks now. Oh wow, yeah, this is just a ton of Tassoth in a boat, in a tub. Where did this one come from? Weird. As you can see, they're pretty tough. Gonna need Eric here to crack this one. Alexandru here has been psionically attacked and has lost a lot of morale as a result. Oh boy. What a mission to start off with. Oh hey, it's just gonna be sectoid and calcinite and biodrone. Nothing serious. Oh boy, Tassoth. You react good. You have pretty solid reaction. Keep an eye on this door. Exactly enough time units to throw this grenade. Prime and throw a grenade. With Tassoth, I don't think I should take many chances. Well, I may have just picked myself a whole bouquet of oopsie daisies. As narrow corridors are not great for throwing grenades in. Something I should have remembered. I'm gonna give you a stun weapon for now. Just in the event you go crazy. Ah, good. We have actually caused them enough stress to cause them to panic. Alexandra, of course, is also going to panic, because his morale has been recovering slowly after those psionic attacks. Oh, and there is another sectoid. Sectoid down. But yeah, this map is pretty rough because it's effectively an assault, and the only real way to get in is through kind of a bunch of choke points. So I think we can write off Alexandru as psionically weak, or at least has very bad psionic defenses. Still not sure where that Tassoth came from in there. Aha. Rascal spotted. Got him. You got about a turn to catch up. Okay. Might have them on the run, actually. Not in the pantry. But, yeah, I think we might have them on the run. It's like we blown up or knocked out most of them. They start saving again for snapshots. Doesn't matter with Jadeep because melee. Well, if you won't die peacefully. Oh, that was a knockout, actually. Dassoth have a lot of health. They can survive a shot from these cannons. Assuming that it rolls on the lower damage. Ah, hell. Right. So, if anybody who remembers XCOM UFO Defense, typically missions had only one stage, and that was it, except for the final level in XCOM UFO Defense, which was 2 phases. In this one, most of these ship rescues involve cleaning the upper then lower decks. This is pretty rough. We know Alexandra here is psionically weak. The Garage looks like we may have possibly stolen some sonic cannons off of the aliens. I'm gonna give you back your harpoon. Grab another clip from yours. So one of the few benefits of the Earth weapons in general is I think they require slightly less time units to use, percentage-wise. All the same. Oh boy. Let's throw it. Yeah, let's throw one of these in the backpack. Actually, gonna quickly unload some of these. Like they all got stacked back into 10 ammo clips. Okay, that's cool, I guess. That seems like a potential bug to exploit. I'll take it. I believe when you have a unit who gets mind controlled, if they are holding a proximity grenade that's primed, I think it will detonate on them if they move. Because I guess it falls through the code somehow and says, oh yeah, they're holding it, but it's primed, and it left an XCOM unit's hand and is in the hands of someone else. Yeah. Not when I seem to recall that's how it worked, and it was kind of dumb. Anyway. Oh boy, here's the part where it's we have to we have to filter through a choke point and getting shot at the entire time. Gonna make a new save scum. Fortunately, this is a relatively narrow map, but deep. This wall here. Oh, right. They have pretty good positions up top to just take pot shots, and higher up units have a slightly better vision of lower rate units than vice versa. Which makes sense. Cool. Right, I forgot. Usually ideal to skip the first turn. I wasn't sure that was gonna apply here, but I guess it does, so... Let's get him to burn up some of those time units. Yeah, this one I recall being a nightmare to navigate. I suppose I could be sneaky. Try to punch a hole. Yep. Doesn't look like it's gonna give. Shucks. Now, something that doesn't quite make sense to me is, it's implied that these panels are where we came from the upper decks to the lower decks on, like, elevators. But there's a bunch of stuff in the way that doesn't really fit with that. Oh yeah, and the worst part is, that Tassoth that's up here could just throw a grenade down here and kill everybody on that opening turn, and there's nothing I can do about it. I could try to spread my characters around, but, realistically speaking, a grenade thrown properly is gonna hit everything in this room. Oh, I'm not enjoying this mission at all. Gonna have a scoop towards the back. Grab him a grenade. There's a Tassoth right there. Another one up here. I figured. Get to cover. Another dead Tassoth at least. Not what I wanted to do. Like, even a little. So, I believe the short-term goal is to get up top. Yeah, I recall none of the layout on lower decks being remotely fun. But this game wasn't made with the intention of, hey, people whined that UFO defense was too easy, especially with save scumming. Let's make it incredibly hard. Okay, now you can see them. Weird. Trying to recall. I don't remember. How do I get upstairs? I think maybe over here somewhere, but I probably should have made sure that this guy's gun was really. Gonna have him run over to the pile of. Not seeing an immediate way that actually. Oh wait, there's the one tile wide staircase that goes up, and there's a civilian that's gonna be blocking it occasionally. Alright, I'll go this way, I guess. Ah, cool. I don't think this is gonna do much, yeah. Line of fire. Alright, this lower back area is also pretty unpleasant. The AI is pretty good at just popping in and out back here. I seem to recall the last mission I did like this. I just blanketed this back area with explosives. I was just done with these aliens. Oh, hi there, Calcinite. go. Seem to recall this is a path upwards as well, and it goes along, but it's only in the central area that gives me line of sight to most of this area around here, but there's like a wall here and back rooms. So this upwards is not useful. Not super useful anyway. It's good if you're cornered and not much else. Grabbing the last spare clip. Oh, there's some extras, I guess, in these jet harpoons. Not sure of a good answer for this Tassoth up here, other than, I guess, being kitty corner over here somewhere. Ivador can get anywhere in that ballpark. Probably could take a shot from out here, but not yet. Not what I wanted. And there was the skull explosions. This is one of the little nooks and crannies that I recall driving me nuts one of the last times I was on one of these bug hunts. And also, they can hide in this room, which you might notice there's no floor connecting the door. If you don't have a flying power armor at this point, you're a little bit SOL. If we back or no. No, not quite, huh? I'll head up the stairs next. Get in there, Eric Larson. It's the logo that NIS ultimately Bonichi Software. I don't think they existed at this time or knew that logo existed when they picked their logo. Go, Lars, go! Oh. I have extreme doubts. Yeah. It looks like they're mostly at the top of these stairs, and I hope great that civilian's not quite gonna cooperate. Wonderful. There are explosions happening up here, so this is the danger zone. A first snapshot. Aha. I see. Can I throw a up there? No. Bernardo. Stay safe. Stay safe, Bernardo. Seems like a shot that I should be able to make. There's the rascal. This is a long, tedious mission. Wow. Okay, so this Tassoth up here is just for shooting people who pass through that doorway. Cool. Looks like this Tassoth is lit on fire. Hmm. I saw that psionic attack. There are a lot of civilians on this map. Willikers. Kinda stuck up there. go back down those. Yeah, it's quite a mess being made up there. Dang. At least one of these nerds is the commander. I'm probably gonna assume it's that one just because it's taking a lot of punishment to go down. Okay, I thought there might be a chance. I haven't quite reached the stage of just throwing bombs till everything stops moving, but getting there. Doesn't look like they've come up here all that much, judging from the lack of destruction. Ah, good. We have caused significant morale damage. Gonna have Alexandra ready to pop out and zap this Tassoth. Direct headshot, and not enough to drop him. And again, these are the ethereal. These are supposed to be the ethereal equivalents for Terror from the Deep. There goes their railing. Oh, Matthews. We're dealing with Tassoths, and we don't have the guns for them, so we're just kind of tickling them a bit. That's after about 3 or 4 harpoon gun hits and a gas cannon shot. Good to see they finally went down, and right, last time I did one of these missions, I misfired and hit one of these barrels, which set off a colossal chain reaction that just blanketed this entire section in smoke. That was fun. Plonk. That was most probably good enough to tickle it. Right, there's boxes. You don't have any grenades. Let's try throwing a test grenade. Let's save first. What's up, Ozzy? How's it going, dog? Can I throw up here? Good. Catch. Starting to get sick of your guys' crap. 4 time units to load the next grenade. Okay, throwing accurate. Not great. Good enough, really. I remember this back room is just the worst to deal with. Let's break line of sight. Judging from the fact that none of these have gone off and I don't see any dead bodies, safe to assume this Tassoth's by themselves in La La Land here. Let's give them a can't see any of those, huh? Don't have to be accurate. Just have to hit a barrel, which... Thanks, Bernardo, for letting me down yet again. Deep really can't do much at the moment. We're scoot along the wall, I guess. Theodore will come along this way. Having a real hard time hitting this Tassoth up here. Don't understand why, but... Got him! That's a stun bomb. Oh. Wonderful. A biodrone, my favorite. The pocket cyberdisk everybody loves to see. Eh. So this thing's super dead. Cool. Oh dear, I think those are holes in the floor. That might make this mission a little tougher. With 100%. Die. That's cool. Oh, hi. Finally poking your head out, huh? I'm not even mad at Bernardo. Oh, there's a sectoid back there, too. Cool. Hmm. Oh. Well then. Didn't even pay attention to how many shots they had left. Now that I'm a little upset about. Let's go back just a little bit. Once more with feeling. There we go. That should solve some of the problem. Ouch. I didn't think cyber drones were, melee. Weird. I don't know why that worked. That should not have worked. Another dinosaur man down. Still has eyes on this person. You're a decent thrower. Let's scum that first. Oh boy. Catch. Okay, cool. The sectoid's still alive. Seems. Okay, it looks like there is still floor. It's just really chewed up. The carpet's burned. prepping to just blow all this up. I believe explosions are three-dimensional in this, so if I have Jadeep sticking around here, this is gonna get very ugly. So, go hide in a shipping container, Jadeep. Getting Theodore's in the corner here. Start getting them moved out. That Tassoff knocked itself out. Nicely done. 10 out of 10. Biodrone corpse, got the stun bomb launcher. That's the squad leader. Yeah, upstairs is a bit of a mess. Sectoid's back there somewhere. There it is. Gonna be real annoyed if I find more aliens up there. Yep, that Tassoff is super dead. Good. Where next? Assume this back room up here somewhere. But also that sectoid has to go. Make sure. Prepared to zap these back up. Know where we are and we know where they are. At least as far as I can tell. These civilians are getting right up in the way. That's Sectoid going real deep in on the smoke. That's the trash room. Okay. Just drop that harpoon clip on the floor or wherever, it doesn't matter. Get Theodore over into the corner. So this entire back section is a real nightmare to navigate, and typically the AI only likes hanging out up here. Sometimes up here, but if they hang out down here, they're just they like to kite line of sight. Eric Larson, that was it. There's not a lot of good places to hit you, but let's try. Okay, that sectoid was the last one. Good. Finally. Oh, that was an ordeal. Also, yeah, wow. These missions are barely worth it, because the amount of civilians that tend to die usually offsets any positive score you might have obtained. You get 4 live aliens. But got some more bravery because she panicked. That's always good. A little bit of reactions from Ayun. Everybody improved on this mission, so that's good at least, except the one who died. Was it Mateus? I thought it was... Huh. Right. Reloaded. That's... Mateus finally met his end. Oh, that was an ordeal. Let's see. Here, maybe another 20-30 minutes or until we run into another big mission. Research on ion armor goes good. Got to check. Okay, we got squad leaders. Nothing super fancy. We need a... Forget if Tassoth Commander is the bad thing or the good thing. Oh, Tassoth Commander is not considered a legal rules, or it's not illegal by the rules alien. So Tassoth commanders cannot be researched. And researching it makes it so, okay, let's... Whatever reason one does somehow appear on research lists, do not complete the research on it until after obtaining a Leviathan and the final mission launch button. Researching it will prevent these topics from being researched through normal means. So the Tassoth Commander was the game-ending bug, or rather, the bug that made the game unwinnable. Probably fixed in OpenXCom, but still just to play it safe. We also got the thermal shock doodads, which are phenomenal. They let us stun at range. Of course, the MC lab. We got a bunch of calcinite corpses. Soldiers usually don't have much information. Squad leaders, however, trying to recall, what do those give? Right. Any terrorist gives you the mind control lab. Tassoth can get you the MC disruptor, so we want to hold off on the Tassoth. I think. Yeah, maybe not. We'll just have a prerequisite ahead of time, I guess. Also weird that the biodrone just died when we hit it with stun damage. What to put next after the ion armor? Magnetic navigation, that's right. So we can start working on getting ship research done as well as flying power armor. We could probably not quite afford. Yeah, that's what I figured. Not quite enough to afford 50 more scientists, which would help speed up our research. Something ridiculous. A lot of Gilman corpses. Toss most of the trash. I think we can toss all of the Deep One corpses in the trash. Don't need Sonic Pistol. I think we're set for Sonic Cannon stuffs for a while. MC readers, I personally don't find them useful, so I usually pawn off most of them because they're worth about 300,000. I'm sure they're great for corporate espionage. Got a bunch of extra Magnablast grenades. We should probably resupply on some Ajax torpedoes, maybe. Torpedo. Speaking of, okay, that was something that's changed for this. You do have to actually research all of the Sonic weapons in order to get the aircraft version. In UFO Defense, you could basically bypass researching the plasma rifle and pistol by just going for the cannon. Wondering. Now we could probably afford 50 scientists. Take a look at our Aquanaut, they are terrible. They're fast though. Twitchy. Terrible shot. Okay at carrying stuff. Really good throwing arm. Not the worst. Sveta, you will get. Much till I can't actually do this in a month. Okay. Quite a bit. Okay. I'll start making a little bit more armor. It'll take only like 5 days. We got the other Aquanaut. First one was the one we ordered from the previous Terror mission before the shipping line got attacked. This is a heck of a candidate. Really strong, can carry lots of equipment, good throwing arm, accurate, twitchy, brave. Okay health, that's fine. Fine stamina and fast, at least 55 time units. So this is Silas here is pretty solid. Scoot them to the front of the ship along with Idus. Break down a bit closer to the back of the ship. Right. Ah, good. I can send aliens here if I want. What facilities do I want next? Suppose maybe workshops. Maybe more living quarters. Forgot workshops are really, really expensive. Aha! You have the ion armor. Now we've got the goofy stuff. I think these percentages, the lower number is better, because this means that they are immune to fire and smoke. Bit vulnerable to melee. Tons of armor. As well. What's ion armor cost? Zerbite and plastics. That's the fancy stuff. I'm gonna start with maybe 4 units. That'll be it for now. Get to work on that magnetic navigation. Got more plastic armor. Like, okay, that's reasonable. Alright. It is April. We should double check the graphs. Seem to be hanging around the waters somewhere, like this region. So, just gonna take a peek. Nothing, huh? Search goes, okay. Oh boy. Magnetic navigation. These units generate a spherical multi-layer magnetic field, which the array projects up to 1,000 meters around the sub. Alien navigators are directly linked into the planes and feel their way around the invisible world beneath the waves. The interface system operates using alien-modified cerebral matter that communicates directly with the operator's brain via a neural link. Transmission Resolver solves a lot of problems. I think it's a little, I can't recall. I seem to recall the Transmission Resolver is a little expensive to keep running, but it basically just automatically detects where any and all threats might be coming from. Transmission Resolver, that was it. Magnetic Ion Armor is flying armor of the game. It's kind of more of a... For those who are more familiar with new XCOM, Magnetic Ion Armor, or the flying armor in the original games, was more of a side grade. I seem to recall in the new XCOM the closest equivalents to flying armor were basically jump packs that let you launch from one part of the map to another, or like zip lines and such. And those were, I recall that they made a version that was for the lighter weight armor and the power armor, and can't remember folks using it too much, at least the jump armor. Flying armor in this is obscenely powerful as well, because there's no limit to how long or how high your units can fly around, and they don't just plop down at the end of the turn like they did in Enemy Within. Let's quickly here. I think Zerbite's been on the docket for needing to get that done for a while now, because I would really like Archangel armor. Okay, I recall it could fly, but it just dumped you somewhere. It didn't really let you just stand on a tile like 4 tiles up from the ground. I almost forgot. I did forget. I need to buy more Ajax torpedoes. Dang. Got away. How are those graphs looking? things are kind of quiet in April, in the month of April. What are they up to? True flight? Right, you didn't get any cover, which you could technically do in this, but the other thing is when you have a unit flying, I recall it had line of... It basically could have line of sight to another unit while the other unit wouldn't, at the same distance below it, couldn't get line of sight to it. It's been a while. I only recall a few details. Ah, cool. Mind Control Lab. This, I believe the MC Lab in this works closer to the one in the new XCOM 2. You basically just pick, I think, 2 candidates or a handful of candidates per lab to see what their psychic powers are like. So in new XCOM 2, they just got mind control powers and started off at a base competency level and could improve. In this one, all their psionic stats are fixed. They do not change. Putting a soldier in the MC Lab just helps you understand what is this soldier capable of, and once they go through this, they can use the molecular control doodad to just use psychic powers wherever. I guess we could start on Gauss technology. We could probably make a beeline for the Gauss cannon just so we have money we can make. Let's just conferring with the research tree because it's a mess in this one. Not as clear cut as the first game, UFO Defense. I don't think we found a disruptor pulse launcher. I think is the blaster bomb of this particular game. Let's get the transmission resolver just so we get more rooms researched for now. Oh boy. Yeah, so let's check the memorial. Okay, it's about even for how many Aquanauts we've recruited 28 and lost about 14. Okay. Aquatoids are apparently the most deadly. This lets us see the inventory, right? Eric Larson, bring him in there. Eric Larson with the fancy power armor. What a nightmare. gave him a sonic cannon. Put more sonic cannons on board. I think we might have outgrown the gas cannon, maybe? We'll see. So we've got... Okay, that should be enough weapons for everybody. Get in there, rookie. Bernardo, you disappoint me every time. I think this Alexander was psionically weak, so he might be a candidate for sacking. And Ayun is not psionically strong either. She got panicked by psychic powers. Why is Lars unarmed? Alright, I think we've upgraded all that. Fine. Our craft are kind of flimsy at the moment, and it's getting past April. So we're gonna need to work on that research towards better aircraft. Turbite. This is an alloy of alien origin. Part gold, part alien biomaterial. When utilized as a power source, small quantities will generate more power than a nuclear unit of 10 times the size. It is beyond our technical ability to replicate this material, as most of its constituents are alien in origin. Right, we do need the transmission resolver figured out first. Then we can start working on Goderer ships. So in the meantime, let's blitz the baby pistol, or the baby sonic weapons. Let's get them all in a row. Alright. Cool. Good. Now, this thing is a bit bonkers. I think it worked kind of the same in Enemy Within, where you have one of these babies built, and any UFO that flies by, it just automatically detects, and on top of that, it tells you what alien's inside. Roughly the size. It tells you the type of ship and the mission that they're going on. There it is. Getting ready to ship all of these. Gonna ship these nerds and oh, what was it? Yeah, they got a ship out before midnight on the 30th. Wow, that was dangerously close. Get out, nerds. Here, have 50 scientists. Here, have 50 scientists. Oh, what are you woofing at? Hello, Ozzy. Did the neighbors dare to exist again? There. All right. Everybody happy. I got more money. Oh, somewhat positive rating. Okay, cool. Typically, if you aren't proactive in your first few months, or you just don't find any bases, the game does throw you a gimme about 4 months in where it just goes, hey, there's an alien base here. Go kick it in the teeth. And yeah, like, going off the graphs, there was no indication that it was down there, because Brazilian Union hadn't complained all that much about alien activity. But that's a mission for, I think, next time. Because base missions suck. It doesn't matter what time of day you go, I think. Actually, no, I think in this one it does, because most of the colonies are not completely underground and pitch black. But, Eric Larson's... Davidar, you have earned Ion. Keep or considered, but Bernardo, I guess I'll give you some basic plastic armor since you did get a kill. Raj is really beefy, capable of carrying anything. Put you in Ion armor. Rim is getting pretty strong too, and quite durable. Wow. Let's throw you in the Ion armor. Lars, plastic. Ion gets plastic. And while Jadeep has no kills, it is the fact that he's gaining ranks, and that also shows that he's getting some exercise in, dunking on some aliens. Not a lot, but putting in the work. Yeah, I think this might be a good place to stop for the night. Been going at this for almost 4 hours. Thank you all for coming.